Hello, folks. Yeah, like if you made it through the first one, cool. I had a little bit of trouble turning it off, so I had to re-upload it. Um, yeah, but we're back into it. Um, right from where we left off, we haven't been killed whilst we've been offline. That is pretty amazing. Um, well, the base hasn't been destroyed, but what has happened is I would have died, the character. So I didn't have any upgraded tools, so that didn't really cause any grief. But anyway, from where we left off, what I was looking at was knocking off these two drills and putting a rotor on and then putting the drills back on, so that way they'll swing around and we can pick up a lot more material. We'll be drilling a giant circle rather than just the size of a single drill. So yeah, we're going to get started on that. The other thing that we're going to be looking at doing, that will be covering our material extraction for the short term. And whilst that's going away, hopefully that will give us enough material to extend this out, throw a method of controlling on it, like a cockpit or something of the sort, as well as some wheels. So that way we can get moving and start. Oh, we will need to also put an ore detector on here, so that way we can start really hunting around for ores and other things like that. That's going to be pretty crucial for the next step, especially considering we need cobalt for making larger containers and stuff like that. So as well as we might be able to get some nicer tools out of the deal, so it will speed us up a little bit. So let's get started on that. And yeah, we'll just keep plugging away. There's a few, if we do manage to get mobile, one of the other things that we're going to need to do is, like, the wind turbines will not work on a mobile grid. You need to have it parked up, but we can do that with the landing gear. And yeah, once we get mobile, hopefully in this particular episode we might be able to do it. We'll just see how we go. Here's hoping. So yeah, let's get started. We'll bust out the grinder and take down the drill if we can. We might need to just throw some blocks down and give us something to stand on. So yeah, we'll just make a little walkway here, blend it into the voxels like that, so that way we don't have to jump and do anything silly. We can always grind them down later. Now, something to be mindful with the drills as well is when grinding them down, the way this server is set, we can't carry all of the stuff in one go. It's a little bit of a pain. Yeah, if we could jetpack up to that, we just dump it in there, but we can't. So, or we'd rather not. But yeah. Okay, now what we want to put on is an advanced rotor. There are two different kinds of rotors, as well as different sizes. The reason why we want the advanced rotor is because we can pass material through it. You can select the one with the multi-choice, but I always end up botching it whenever I do that. So we'll just go to the G menu here and we'll see if we can find it. We'll just type in first few letters Whoops. Helps if I can actually spell it properly. And there we go. We've got all the choices of rotating devices. We got rotating light, a rotor, the rotor part, because the rotors come in two separate parts, similar to what the pistons do, where you have to weld the piston head up separately to the piston body. And you've got the advanced rotor part. There's a larger one. This is a new block, I think. I haven't actually seen that before. And then that's got a rotor part for it too. So I might actually have to give that a go at some stage. That does not look like the correct one. So we'll just go back and we want the advanced rotor. Just whack that on there like that. Whoop. Nearly down the hole. Okay, we can't reach it, so we're going to have to bust out a ramp again. Okay, now we put both those parts to build planner and collect what we can. As you can see, the rotor head's done, but the rotor body is not. We're just going to jump, shortcut it a little bit rather than falling down the ramp. And we are out of parts for it, so yep. So we couldn't carry everything all in one hit, so we'll just, yeah, now we've got them all, which is good. Now what will most likely happen is we won't have enough stuff for too many drills, so we're going to have to make multiple passes going down. So we'll just take out this and because we should be able to place the drill. Yep. There we go. Okay, we can't place the drill because we've got blocks in the way, so we're going to have to cut them out, which is fine, as we expected that. We can place the drill from this part here, which we're going to have to clear this part away as well. So we'll just try placing the two drills first. Chuck another block in here. Just give ourselves something to step on. So add both those drills to the build planner, take out as much as we can and go to town on it. Okay, we can't withdraw them, so we need to make more. And if we have a look in the inventory or the production, okay, it said we can't do steel tubes and steel plates. Now we can recover some of the plates by grinding up the voxels, but I mean not the voxels, the grids there, but it looks like we're going to have to bust out the hand drill again. These are the difficult parts. We'll open up our helmet because we can, but we'll recharge everything whilst we're up here and bust out the good old hand drill again. Yay. Gotta do what you gotta do. Getting dark. Now what we may even do is we may add a second piston to it, so that way, like, yeah, we'll grind off the drills that we have on there. Once we've got 5 drills and we plunged it down, we might add a second piston on whilst it's stationary, because we are going to need a lot of materials to chuck wheels on this thing. We'll just have to wait and see how we go with that, but I'm thinking that that's probably going to be most likely. And again, whilst we're digging the hole, still being mindful that we don't end up getting stuck down it. Because, yeah, it can be a pain to try and dig your way out of holes, like if it gets a little bit too steep. But at the same time, you don't want to be too far away from wherever you're going, so... But the challenge was the point. So we'll go back to the welder, we'll try and take out stuff. We've still got 9 steel tubes to go, but we're definitely making progress. Now we'll be able to pick up a lot more with just the 2 drills, with the 2 drills spinning, because theoretically we'll be able to do like a 2-hole diameter type deal going on, so... Yeah, we're still a fair bit short, so back to the hand drill. I did try to avoid this, but ultimately it's going to be one of those inevitable things. I mean, what we can do is put a... Actually, what I probably should do is put a elbow on there, like thinking about it now. That would be a much smarter thing, because we have a complete drill. So I think we'll just do that. Yeah, we can do that. We can make that work. So that way, yeah, we can still get away with 1 drill and achieve the same result that we're looking for. And having only 5 drills as a limitation on the server, we'll actually be able to go 6 drills wide for this hole. For the initial one, so that's kind of a bonus, and that's another way to extend out how wide you can make it. One of the problems though is that we can't extend too far, otherwise we're going to end up hitting our base. But what we can do is just chop away a bit of it and put the support a little further over this way, so that way we clear it. Like, no matter what you do, if you think you've made a mistake, you can always correct it. Or if not, you can just start it again. Like, we want a drill, and actually no we don't, we want a conveyor. And we could go the junction, but we'll just go for an elbow. If we had unlimited like if we had no limits on what we could do as far as drills or PCU, then I'd just keep adding drills. It's easily, it is a much easier method, but like we are working within the limits of this particular server, which is whoa, something odd just happened. Can I get out of it? Yes, that was lucky. Okay, so now we'll just clear up the build planner and we will add that again. That's one of the other good things about this game is you try something, it might work, but there's always another way that you could go about it. Yep, we can't reach that, so we're going to have to place a block out there. And it's not going to let me because we don't have any steel plate. So we'll grab some of that if we can. Yes, we can. Awesome. So we'll just chuck that there, which we will take off. A lot of these blocks are going to have to get out of the way, so we need another motor. Crikey. And construction components. I must not have clicked it. Now it's on the build planner. Still need 2 more motors. And I emptied my inventory. Okay, so we'll go back to, yeah, build planner's empty. Select it again because I did the wrong thing. Still can't withdraw 3 motors, and now we've got everything. That was odd. Something odd that has been happening is requiring multiple clicks of the middle mouse button to actually get it to collect everything. But anyway, we'll take out these blocks here. Now, that single block down there will actually be enough to hold the drill, like jam it up. So we need to make sure that's out of the way. And we'll go to our control panel here. We'll turn on our drill. And also what we'll do is we'll go up to our advanced rotor. We'll set our speed at 1 RPM. So we control click on the velocity there and we just put 1. Okay. And if we have a look, it starts spinning. It's literally that simple. So to actually put you can use the slider or you can control click and add in. The other thing you can do is limit the amount that it rotates, like to what angle. You've got the lower and upper limit, so you can have it so it pivots to a certain point, which is handy for using it for making like moving doors and whatnot. And you've got a full 360-degree range of motion compared to a hinge, which is limited. I tend not to use hinges at the moment because they, yeah, whatever I can do with a rotor. I've got a little bit more practice with it, so I go with what I know. Now, we need to slow this down. Because we're spinning around and taking a lot more stuff out, we need to make sure that we clear all the material around so that way the drill doesn't jam up. Now, it's still going to be collecting the same amount of material at the same sort of rate, but in effect, what we're doing is collecting 3 or pi times the amount of material there, I think. I don't know. I haven't mathed it out, but that seems about right. I mean, we're even collecting it just now. You can see the hole's getting a bit bigger. So we will change the speed that the piston is running at. Select our piston, and yeah, this is going to be really slow. So we're at 0.2 meters a second now. I think we'll just add a 0 into that and see what happens. And once we add more or make it wider, we're going to have to add or slow it down further. And this will come out quite wide. Like, as you can see here, it's already coming up to just about this block, so we might have to take this out, and we'll just chuck a support over here, so that way we don't end up getting ourselves into, like, causing ourselves some mischief. So we'll also put a ramp over here rather than where it is now, so we can take these out, and that will clear it up for us later. And the purpose of that is so that we can still get up there. Like, you can always try jump, but you ain't gonna get anywhere doing that. So yeah, we'll chuck that up now. Hopefully it's still got enough blocks for it. I didn't think about checking that prior to it, but I think we're good to go. Yep. So yeah, it's literally that simple. You don't have to be scooting around in a jetpack and all the rest of that, even though I much prefer it. That's why we want to go to space. Now, trying not to let the impatience take over. It's taking its time, but we want it to take its time. Like, we don't want to fill up the cargo container with stone to the point where nothing can happen. If we jam up the like everything with stone, nothing can be produced, and our assembler will struggle, like, because it'll make parts and it'll have nowhere to put those parts. So that's, yeah, something else that's pretty important to keep in mind. If this fills up and it can't dump the parts out, you may end up getting stuck waiting for that to clear up. Because we have a very limited space at the moment, that's going to be problematic. Now, at the moment, we're still producing things, but we do need things. So now let's have a look at, or consider our options for what we need to do next. I'm looking at this is probably going to be too wide. I don't want to go for giant wheels on it. I would prefer it, but if we go for 5x5 wheels, it is going to be super wide and it's going to stick out way too much. So we might chop a block in. I don't think we're going to clear this spot here. We might have to dig that out to get the wheel placement right. This is only temporary. Like, ideally, you know, the 5x5 wheels do make it easier to get over certain terrain types, but on Pertram, it's pretty flat. We don't have to deal with all sorts of rugged terrain like we'd see on the Earth-like world, so I think we'll be fine. Like, famous last words there, or potential foreshadowing. But yeah, we'll see how we go. That piston, I'm pretty sure, is moving. We'll just double check it, because it is moving very slowly and it is hard to, yeah, it does look like it's moving. We'll just check its position. We can go to any control panel and select anything to look at the stats that's connected to that particular grid, and yeah, it's not moving at the moment. So we're gonna have to bump the speed up. Maybe it doesn't like having increments that small on this particular server, so I'll try it at 2.02. We'll see what happens. You see it's starting to jiggle a little bit there and have a little bit of a hard time. The thing to take into account is by taking that 0 out, we are going 10 times faster, or pushing 10 times faster. Seems like, oh yeah, common sense, but sometimes it's easy to do something and end up with a very unexpected result. Not necessarily a good one. But at the moment, something seems to not be playing nicely with us. Okay, we're going to go up 10 times faster again. Oh, we'll try 0.5, see what happens with 0.5. Whoa, see, now we're moving and we don't want to move that fast. That was really, really odd. Okay, so change that to 0.1. Okay, and reverse. And now it's moving. Something was glitching out there, which was quite strange. That's still too fast. So we will drop that speed down again. I don't know why it did that. Well, at least it's registering a speed. Maybe if we bump up the impulse. Nope. Put that back down to wherever it was. We may need to, oh, that probably won't be a problem. That's the lifting weight of it, 50 kilonewtons. So, yeah. I can't math that off the top of my head at the moment. It's something easy. But anyway, back to the speed. We'll go 1 because 1 did work. And now it's not again. So we'll try to turn it off and on again. See what happens. Nope. Reverse. And we'll go down to 0.1. This is going to be concerning. I suppose what we can do to try and combat that problem is if we reverse the piston before something bad happens, we can turn the speed up on the rotor. So we'll try 2 RPM. That way we're not going sideways into a massive chunk. So reverse that again. We may still need to put the speed up, because that wants to go down like a corkscrew at the moment. I think we're working. Now, the way the drill works in the game is it goes in a radius around the drill head. So that's how we're getting away with that there. You don't have to push straight down. You can actually drill sideways, which is handy, especially considering this is not working the way I intended it to. But as you can see, we're making quite a sizable hole there, which is good news. So if we have a look here, we're pulling a lot of material out now. Or we're full of stone. So we can actually go back to the control panel. We can reverse the piston. It'll still be collecting on the way back up as well, because it's most likely going to be bouncing off the edge. But as it comes back up, it's still collecting. We don't want to go all the way down and chew up all of, or fill up all of the cargo container, because you'll end up drilling out the hole without actually being able to produce anything from it. So it saves you a little bit of effort there, because every time we want to move this, we're going to have to cut it off and shift it over and all that stuff and about. So we want to try and make the most of each placement. Alright, now let's have a look at a cockpit and some wheels. Now we're going to want to make this longer, and I think we'll go for putting 6 wheels on here. So we'll take that one out. Actually, we're going to want to take all of those out, most likely. And we'll move those supports for the uprights there. We're probably going to have to move those turbines. And we'll also got to keep an eye on whether or not we are actually producing anything. And I can't get to that port over there, but luckily I still have that one there. Now if we go to the inventory, we have a look, we've still got bulk loads of stone there, like the drill head's full, as well as the basic refineries pretty full, as well as our cargo container. We've got stacks of stone in there. What we can do at the moment is we can turn off the rotor, we can turn off the drill, and we can save ourselves some power whilst we start considering our options for the next step, which is try and make this thing mobile. So we'll chop out that block there, and we'll have a look at our G menu. We'll go to number 3. Let's go number 4. And we'll have a look at wheels. Now we've got all these options for wheels. If we click or choose this one, we've got a left and a right wheel. Off-road wheels, they are the same as just the plain ordinary wheel suspension. But you do have a left and a right. And the main difference between the two is the tread pattern. But it does help because it will default label them that particular side of the vehicle, and when you're going to configure the wheels, it is a little bit easier working out which is the left and the right. So and we have got the 3x3 wheel here, and it's looking like when it's not going to let us place it. Now if we put that there like that, and we grab our grinder, take out this one. Now let's see, that didn't automatically place a wheel, and there is also an upside down, or a right way up, upside down sort of way of placing these. So the thing I find handy about using the off-road wheels is the yellow bit at the top there is the actual top. Now this one placed the wheel automatically. This one didn't because it's into... Oh, I'm going to have to close the helmet. Big dust storm coming. We may have to run underground. Hopefully there's no lightning. But anyway, yeah, that couldn't place the wheel there because the voxels here are in the way. So we will just grab our drill and we'll right click all this stuff out of the way. because we don't need to mine at the moment because our cargo container's full. So we'll just smash it all out of the way with the right click, and then we'll try to add the wheel. The reason why I'm using the right click here is just because it's quicker, as well as we don't need the stone right now. We also want to make sure that we don't end up in a situation where we create a hole. Because you do remove a lot of material very quick, you can end up creating a pretty monstrous hole. Now, did I do left and a right, or did I space out? That one is a right wheel, and that's the wrong wheel. Okay, we'll try again. See if we can get it right this time. So, what is it? Okay, we've got the right wheel here. Also, I didn't double check that I had it the correct way up. That's the correct way up. That's the right wheel. And number 1 I've put as the left wheel. And that's upside down. So we just rotate it around, and now we've got a wheel attached as well. So we can add all of this stuff to the build planner. And as you can see, they take a lot of tubes, large steel tubes. So the 5x5 wheels are a lot better for rolling around on rough terrain, but they take a hell of a lot more materials as well. So that's why we're going to compromise with the 3x3s. Now, something else that we will do is we will drop this support straight down. We don't need to go up there at the moment, so but we do want to just walk over to that wheel there to be able to weld it up. So we'll just make that go straight down and take these out, free up the space a little bit, and now we can just weld directly here without having to go down all the time and all the rest of that business. We don't need to go up there at the actually we should I should leave that there. If I don't leave it there, I will regret it. So, and also if I try to cut it down, there's a good chance I'm going to drop it on myself. So anyway, we can just cut away this one here. And I heard an energy low thing. I've got the volume turned down because that drill is an obnoxious sound after a while. So I might not hear warnings. Like, I tend not to pay attention to all that stuff until I really have to, which is an unfortunate bad habit. So I run out of hydrogen a lot that way, but it does get chewed up real fast. That's a pretty gnarly looking storm. So we'll check our inventory again, make sure that we still have stuff refining, and as you can see, we've already gone through all that stone. We've got 5 tons of it left. We'll just move this slot here down to our refinery, because the survival kit, we don't really want that making gravel. Like, it's just a pain having 2 separate locations for it. You actually have to get it to manufacture gravel to get it to process that. We could, and actually thinking about it, we probably should, but meh. Anyway, we'll turn this back on, we'll turn this back on, we'll turn this, we'll reverse this, and it's already on. So pushing away again, we're going to go down another 1.5 meters or so of material. And what we can also do whilst we're waiting for that is start welding up this. There's going to be a lot of backwards and forwards collecting the parts. Actually, it's not too bad. Last time I did this, I did 5x5 wheels, and it felt like it took an eternity. Because it did, and then some. I'm going to have to move that ramp, or add a bit. just so we can get up and down easier, because we can't actually get to the wheel. We can't walk across this whole thing. You will fall through that, which is a bit of a frustration, but I'm sure there's a good reason for the way it works like that. Like, it's from a game design perspective, I guess. Like, but the other thing that's pretty good is once we are mobile, we don't have to stress too much about rotors and pistons with the drill, because we'll just roll forward a bit and drill another hole, and we'll end up drilling a series of trenches, which is perfectly fine. So we have a look at production, see what's going on. We don't have the material on production. But we do, well, yeah, we should have enough material to make up those wheels there. We will probably have to extend that conveyor tube out, make the drill a little bit wider again, so we can plunge it down further. I still need more steel tubes. And there's one wheel done. Nice. Still need 9 more tubes for the other one, but we can still weld it up a bit in the meantime. Well, not that much. Okay, that looks like it's fully extended, so we're gonna reverse that back up while we're waiting for the other stuff to finish. Also, we'll make we'll create a situation, like, what we can do is just lift it up enough that we can place it. If we keep an eye on it as it's rotating, what we can do, like, I should change the opacity of that, but every time I've tried, it's played up on me. But yeah, keeping an eye on the rotor head. So if we look at it from there, we can roughly see the angle. We can go to the advanced rotor and we can lock it in a position. Or the other thing we can do is just have a look at its position here. Turn up the braking torque. It doesn't want to lock. That's unfortunate. So there is actually angle markings on here, and if we walk around we can see that looks like 225. If we get it to the 225 angle, it means we can actually reach the drill and we can lift the piston up far enough that we can place the conveyor tube, and we can stop the piston once it gets to a height that we can reach it. We can grind off the drill. So yeah, anyway, we'll do the rotor first, one step at a time. So just let that go around at 225. I could reverse the direction, but don't want to have to do too many things at once because we are moving quite quick. So, oops, wrong thing. Nah, reverse. Turn it on and off again. And turn it off. It doesn't have to be perfect. Actually, that's well opposite of what we want. So, what would the other side be? I know these answers. They're just not coming to me right now. That looks like 90-ish, somewhere around there. 75, something like that. But yeah, okay, we'll swing it around to 90. Or yeah, that looks good. So we'll lock that there. And piston, we will turn it off first, then we reverse it, and then we turn it back on. And when it gets to the height we want, we'll just turn it off and it will sit there and wait for us to do something else. The other thing we can do is turn off the drill. So back to the piston. The only reason why we turn the drill off is because we do want to try and make sure that battery up here is always full, or as full as possible. Like if the battery dies, we die whilst we're away or whatever, or if we die then we'll end up not having somewhere to respawn to. We'll respawn back in a pod, probably a very long way from here, and that is everything that could be a long way from ideal. Now go back down here, grab our drill. Now we can reach it without any risk of life and limb, and go the long way around to dump that stuff back in. Something else that we should do is clear the build planner, because we've still got the build planner for that stuff there. We don't want to take the stuff for the drill and put it onto that. That would be traumatic, because then we got to go hand drilling again. We'll chuck a straight tube on here, but we need interior plate. So we'll just grab that. I know that we're going to need motors, we will need construction components, and we'll also need small steel tubes for that particular part. So just grab a handful of parts that I know we're going to need, so that way we can just weld it up straight away, rather than have to go back with the build planner, so on and so forth. Just to make it a little bit easier for ourselves. Now we can reverse the piston back up, so we can put the drill on, and then we can plunge it down again, doing another lap. Well, another lap, several laps and a pass. So anyway, we'll put all that stuff back, clear the build planner with the right click, and then go back into the inventory menu, grab some steel. Don't need a lot to start with. Oh, I forgot to put the piston back up. Getting a little bit ahead of myself. Piston reverse. Oh, just turn it back on and it will go back up. We don't need to adjust the speed. Like, it will take time, but that's okay. Well, could have been better, but if something's working, don't mess with it. Now, in theory, what we could do is just stick the drill here, now that we've made the hole a certain size, and have it rotate that way. But since I've already replaced those particular parts, and they are also going to become handy because we can just extend it out the way that we're doing right now. Build planner. So go back and collect up the parts that we just dropped off. We're doing things the really long walking around in circles way. Might do something about that. If we put a ramp on the other side, Probably would have saved us a fair amount of effort. But live and learn. And probably repeat the same mistake over and over again. But we have everything for the drill now. Okay, now time for a bigger hole. Now, whenever you go bigger, you run a greater and greater risk of everything clanging out. So hope for the best, but also expect the worst. So we'll turn this back on. We also need to unlock it. Then crank up the drill, and doesn't matter which direction it's spinning in. The only thing I'm really concerned about is whether or not we clear everything up there. We need to make sure that the drill clears a path for the top to go down, because it can get jammed up like that. We may need to rotate that piston faster still, because it's got a long way to go for the rate that the piston ends up pushing down at. And as you can see there, we're clearing material again, and pi times diameter is the circumference that it's drilling out. So, and it's increasing quite significantly each time. So yeah, with a single drill, we're managing to collect a lot of material. So this makes it a damn sight easier to, it's a lot easier than hand drilling. We're running backwards and forwards a lot and stuffing about, trying to get everything all lined up and all the rest of that sort of stuff, and run the risk of falling down like a doom hole. But at the same time, we are not hand drilling, repeating the grind that we had done in the previous episode. So winning. So yeah, now we can, we'll increase the rotor speed. We'll go up to 3 RPM, see how that looks. So 3, it's going to change direction on us as well. And it's looking like it probably won't destroy itself. So reverse that, and that is going to throw a lot of material our way very quickly. So yeah, we're going to have to be quite mindful of that. Something else I haven't checked yet is how many people are on. I'm the only person on the server again. The other Keen server has been chockers for the last few weeks. I'm surprised this one hasn't been getting more action. So, and as you can see, it's pushing quite hard there and bouncing around and really having a time of it. And there goes the drill. So, yeah, it's pushing too hard for that speed. So we're going to have to think of another option. I think we'll leave the piston down there for now. And we can collect up all the broken bits. And I think we're going to have to build a ramp to get out of here, because I want the parts for that drill. That was partly expected. Doesn't make it any less tragic though. So yep, okay, ramp time. Try to give ourselves enough room to actually get out. I'm having a time of it trying to figure out what I want. Now, the other way I could get out of the hole is to drill my way up. It sounds silly, but you can actually dig up. It just takes a real long time. Anyway, we need to put all this stuff back. We are not running around like a tool again. We are going to put a ramp on this side. The energy's low. That's fantastic. Everything's coming up postal. There we go. Okay, so power up. The other thing we need to consider is we need to drill out those blocks we just put down whilst we're climbing out on top of them. That's going to be challenging. But anyway, that's kind of the point of it. Okay, full again, and I'm stuck again. Whoops. There we go. That was really unfortunate. Had so much potential. Oh look, there's a big chunk of stone there as well, so we'll just pick up that stone, manually load it for now, clear that out. Although we could just set the drill up and get it to pick up the stone for us, but whilst we've got the little ramp there, might as well use it. Alright, now for the thing that I'm probably going to mess up. Get out of here, or take all of this stuff out of here, and get myself out without getting stuck down here. Yep. It's getting precarious. Okay, need to chuck another one there. Yep, that'll do. And get up on it. Yep. Grinder. Yep. Whoa, that was close. Okay. Now we're going to have to build a little bridge out there somehow. I think we'll stick the drill sideways. Control panel, piston. We'll turn it off first and we'll get it up to a certain height. Then we'll add it on. We didn't smash off the piston head, which is good, which it's still rotating, so we're going to want to turn that off too. Or the rotor head, sorry. So turn that off. It's stationary where it is, so yeah, reverse the piston, keep an eye on the height, turn it on, look in the correct direction. Or the other thing we can do is we can grab some parts, because it is moving slowly, or we've got some steel plates, so we can just grab our drill, and when it is near enough to being able to be placed, can we do it? Nope, we are going to end up in that hole. Okay, so we grab some steel plate, or sorry, blocks. Now we grab our drill, and rather than place it that way, we'll place it that way. And if we get back up there and turn off our piston, now we hopefully can still reach it. Yep, looks like we're all good to go. And on with the jetpack again. So into build planner. Now we're not going to be able to go as deep this way, which what we can do to get around that is we can add 2 pistons on there. And what we're going to have to do by the look of things is extend 1 piston at a time, put a drill on in the same configuration. In fact, we probably should have done that first. Let's just do that first. Go put all this stuff back. Because then we can push down 20 meters. Oh, actually, no, we can't. Oh, maybe we can. Interesting problem. Yeah, we'll give it a go, see what happens. I mean, what's the worst that's going to happen? It's going to explode again. We will end up with a lot of scrap metal, but we will still be able to recover some of the damaged stuff. So, and plus it's about trying new things. So we want a piston. So would be better to have the piston on separate to the rotor, but we're already here. We've come this far, so just hope for the best. Although I said that last time and look at where it got us. Can't put it there. Can I reach it there? No, of course not. Can put one there. Okay, we'll reverse the piston or extend the piston a little bit further so we can get to the rotor head. Turn it back on for a little bit more. Now, normally I would rather have the 2 pistons connected together because it looks like that's the way it should work, but this is a game. We don't have real physics in the game. We have game physics. So it is going to do whatever it's going to do in the way it's going to do it. Whether or not that is going to be the way we want it to do it is a whole different ball game. What we may need to do, well, now that we've got 2 pistons on here, we can just put on like 2 drills if we can, and we'll just go at that sort of diameter. We'll retract that piston all the way now. The first, and it's a different color because it's attached to a different section. It actually considers them separate grids. That's something to bear in mind later on. Like if we have a look in the info tab, if we go here, we go into the K menu just out in the open. We can select us in the info tab, and this shows us all the grids that we have built. And there's all these different things, and they've all got a PCU cost attached to them. So that's something that it's not causing us any grief at the moment, but if we open up the G menu, you can see that we've got 18,000. So we've used up over 1,000 of our 20,000 PCU. So it can go away very fast. Like the tools do take up a fair bit, but yeah, when you start getting bigger things built, you are really going to struggle to find where everything went. So put that on there and grab the parts for it and weld. Now, because we've already gone down a little way, we've got the clearance for this drill. And what we might even do is stick a drill on sideways coming out of the side. So we're not going to be able to go to the full extension of it, but we'll see if we can get 3 drills cranked up. We'll see how that works. It usually does, but we don't have the option of sharing the inertia tensor on this particular server, which I'm not going to bother going into here because I can't demonstrate it. I'd have to do that in my a server with it enabled, like my own or some other one or what have you. And that's kind of beyond the scope of what we're doing at the moment anyway. So another drill, and the block's still in the way, so back to the grinder. Well, that was nearly a catastrophic failure. A catastrophic failure of intelligence. Okay, that there, and whether or not we're going clockwise or anti-clockwise, so I will probably botch this up, but we'll stick that one there. And that one there will cover all the third row as we're plunging down. So we're going to be hauling out a lot of stuff. I didn't build planner these. So go 2 drills. Probably should have put them to production. But the other thing that we want to really focus on is not making too many extra drill parts at the moment. We rather focus on making sure that we can get the wheels up and going, because that is going to be the thing that's really going to help us get progress made. So I can't reach that there. I'll take these out and I'll move them. Let's chuck it about there. Can I reach it? Yep. Awesome. Okay, out of material components, so added them to build planner. I didn't want to add too many. Let's have a look. Keys are sticking. That's not great. We've still got material here. We've still got some stone, so we'll just shift that down. And what we may even do, let's just do this. So that way, if stuff does get stuck in there, it's always going to be processing stuff for us. But Postal, why would you want to make gravel? It's just how it works. Maybe you're dreaming of the days where you could actually get some uranium and build a nuclear reactor. That's, I think it's the only thing it's used for. There has been a lot of people say on forums and whatnot that why can't we have concrete blocks like as standard, so that way we've actually got something to do with the gravel. Steel tubes, we'll move them up first. We'll select our basic assembler and bump that forward. Chuck them in front as well. In retrospect, should have welded this drill up first, because then I could actually drill. Hindsight is 2020 after all. But as you can see, we still have a lot more stuff that we need for that drill. Oh, it's not a huge amount. We're all good to go. Alright. Now, let's see if it works this time. So this time we'll select all of our drills and turn them on. We'll keep the rotor spinning at the same speed. Let's see what happens. And we'll only push one piston down at a time. As you can see, it's gouging out a nice big chunk of material there. But what we might just do is run the piston manually, move it down a little bit, let it chew out a whole bunch of stuff, then stop it, because it is going to stop anyway, or going to want to stop anyway. Like, so rather than have it explode again, if we just go for one of the pistons, if we select the piston that we'd already set the speed on, we can we'll turn it off, actually turn both pistons off, then go back to the first one, we reverse the direction, and then we turn it on. And when we get down to, say, a meter, we'll just leave it there and let it bore out that. And once it's finished with that, like, we'll keep an eye on our inventory, because this is going to jump up real fast, because we've got 3 drills collecting stuff now. So if we let it go down another meter, turn it back on, keep an eye on it. It doesn't have to be precise. We're not rocket surgeons yet. We're working towards that. Oh, and we just had an explosion. Oh, I just got my ramp. Well, at least the drills survived, so thank Clang for that. That was extremely fortunate, believe it or not. So anyway, we'll go back to building this. See if we can move this over one. Yes, we can do that. Whoops, that was silly. It doesn't have to be triangle blocks like this. I didn't do that with the other one. I just not changing blocks. I didn't. Did I put that on the build planner? Okay, we'll just clear it off anyway. So, steel tubes. Can't withdraw. Are we reducing? Now this is an annoying thing, because we're going through the survival kit. That comes up as the primary assembly dealy. That is not ideal, but we're working with what we've got at the moment. Okay, we'll swap that over to there. Have a look at the inventory again. We've still got stacks of stone. What's going on with that? Maybe we broke the piston head. We probably did. Okay. Jetpack time. Nope, that's fine. Yep, there we go. That's where the problem is. Don't want to be on the jetpack for any longer than I have to, but it is going to be a very time-consuming process to try and build our way up to that. So we just, what was that? Steel tubes. No, we're pulling material through again, I think. We're making steel plate, but we really need those steel tubes first. We want to make sure that this thing doesn't cark it. There. And as you can see, we're already down to 48% on the jetpack. That is really up, and I hurt myself. That is just, yeah, that's a serious limitation of it at the moment. Now, the only reason why that thing got broken was because we pushed it too hard, too quick. Or actually, no, it wasn't that we pushed it too hard. We hit that block there. I thought we were going to clear it. Turns out I was mistaken. Okay, jetpack again, quickly weld it up. That will do for now. I'm going to choose to be okay with living with that. Okay, so piston again. We'll go down a little bit further. Have a look at 2.5 meters and see how we're going. It's not clanging out. Well, it's clanging a little bit, but it's going to survive. Let's have a look at our inventory. And I have absolutely no idea how long I've been running for it. My timer did not start, so that could be problematic. But anyway, I just noticed. So where are we at here? Still got material coming in. Got a good chunk of it there in the cargo container. So let's get back to setting our wheels. So we need the steel tubes for this. Let's have a look at our build planner. Take out that, put in that. And cannot withdraw. Why are we struggling? Oh, and we've got scrap metal here, so can we throw that in? Yes, we can. So we can throw the scrap metal in the refinery and that will just convert it back into iron ingots, which is beneficial for us. The only thing that can be tragic is all resources that get, well, anything that gets broken, turned into scrap, comes back as iron ingots only. So at least as far as I can tell. If it's any different, like, I could be mistaken, I often am. But yeah. So we'll chuck some blocks there so we can actually walk out there to extend the platform out. Because, yeah, we are stuck walking. And we're going to try to do it the I don't want to die way. Run the risk of stacking it down the hill. Okay, looking good there, so we'll just grind these up because we only wanted them there temporarily. Whoa, don't go down the hole. So that hole is going to get mighty deep. We will die after that adventure if we're not careful. Well, if we take that trip, yeah, we're going to respawn. Okay, we're going to leave this block out because we'll chuck the next wheel in there because actually, yeah, it looks about right. So we'll leave that gap there to put in the next lot of wheels. And yeah, we'll go for like 3 wheels. Probably not a bad idea to count out how far we've gone. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Should have gone further with the other thing, but it is what it is. That is a frustration to no end. What are we at? 3. Try and keep it even distance, front to back sort of thing. It seems to work a little bit better that way. Whether or not it does, it's another story. Symmetry is not essential in this game. I'm the furthest thing from OCD. I'm more like obsessively chaotic. But at the same time, I'd rather have something just work. I don't like fighting with physics, whether it's simulated physics or actual physics. Alright, there we go. Now we've got our spots for our next few wheels. The other thing that we're going to need, we're going to need more batteries to drive these wheels. Everything is going to be running off of batteries. So yeah, maintaining wind turbines and stuff like that and all the rest of that business is going to be pretty crucial. We can drive for a bit. When the batteries or the power level drops too low, we are going to have to stop. But we can always take the time that we're using to recharge. Like, the wheels will use a lot of power. Yeah, so recharge time, we can do something less power intensive, like drilling a big hole. So we can, like, if we can keep the rig the way that it is there and drive without it dragging on the ground behind us, which is not likely in all reality because I've built this. It's probably 1 or 2 blocks too low, because that's typically what happens. But in any case, we can just drill a hole, collect up some material, refine it, and keep moving that way. So that way we're still continually feeling like we're making progress. Like, as long as it has that effect, we can keep plugging on. And I can reach that. This is going to be a little bit of a drop when it comes down, but hey, no risk, no reward. You know, without the adventure, where's the fun? And we can just reach. That worked out pretty good. We're still going to have to build ramps to get everything down, but I mean, to be able to reach everything. Okay, we got 4 of those, which we will add to production, and 4 of those. So add to production and collect up what we can. Now we'll weld the easy bits first, because what we can do is just extend the side out if we can to where the wheels are and see if we can reach the wheels from up here. I think that would be something worth trying. And weld up what we can. I will demonstrate what happens if you try to walk out onto these things. I'll do that once I've welded up as much as I can, because even if these are fully welded, you will still not be able to reach the wheel from here unless you jump. And yeah, that's going to be a bad time. In all reality, like, see, even now, as soon as I walk up to that bit, I fall straight through, and even then I just pass through the wheel on, like, in a certain bit. So I watched somebody else who said that I've got myself stuck. Yeah, he could climb up the wheels. I don't know how he did that, but he did demonstrate it. I've not been able to pull it off. Anyway, let's have a look and see what our inventory is like. We've still got some stone, but not a lot. If we have a look at the production, we've still got gravel there, so looks like, yeah, we need to push the piston down a little further. So control panel, piston, we've got the piston with the correct speed. We turn it back on for a little bit and push it down a little bit further. Eat up some more stuff. Again, it seemed like we did a lot of stuffing about to get this particular janky looking drill rig to work, but this is a lot better than hand drilling by order of magnitude better, or several. So we can pick up more materials, we can weld more stuff. Oh, that one. Done as much as we can. We're gonna... Oh, it's looking like, yeah, it wants to put the wheels down first, so just grab a few steel plates. Because we don't want to throw out the build planner. It won't be the end of the world, it'll just be a bit of a pain. Chuck a square block on there. One there. And there we go. Success-ish. When we... Whoops, don't want to do that. That was meant to be the crouch button. Now we can reach... Oh, jammed up somehow. Now, this is a very big platform. It's going to be visible from a long way away, so the sooner we get it moving, the better. Like, if somebody does spot it, like, yeah, we're going to have a bit of a bad time. So, we want to avoid having a bad time. Okay, we're going to have to start welding up this side as well. So using the lean over the edge method, which works safe for whatever your local government body about nanny state rules is, they would have an epic field day with that. And where's your safety harness and whatnot? Where's your working with heights ticket? And I got myself stuck again. I have to jetpack it out of that. Whoa. And I just lagged back into the same obnoxious spot. That was not ideal. I'm the only person on the server and I'm getting bounced around by the lag. Power's low, I just noticed. Alright. Push the piston down a little bit more. It does work a lot nicer when you can set it at a really low speed and just let both pistons push down at a really slow enough rate for it to handle. That's what I would have preferred to do, so that way I don't have to keep an eye on it. You just press a button and it goes. But you work with what you got. So what are we not making? We're not really making much of any. There we go. It's ticking over. Now, we do have a lot more travel on that piston as well as this piston, so we're still good for that. We don't have an enormous amount of work before these wheels are done. Hopefully we can get them done and get a cockpit on, so that way yeah, we can roll out of here pretty soon and we can start drilling holes that way, like just by moving the whole base in effect. I've found that this is a much more efficient way to get started. This is the thing that I've tried to explain to quite a few people, is you build the base up so with the intention of just grinding it away, convert it into a ship, which a rover is a ship, a mobile grid, and just drive off. And it works great for me. It's, I think, the better way to get started because you don't get to necessarily pick your spot. And if you start in a place that has no resources anywhere near, you don't want to be hiking like enormous distances to go and collect up other materials. I mean, even now, what we could do, like we do have 2 working wheels. These ones won't turn, but the ones that we've already finished, they will turn. So, and they will drive. Well, they're not going to have enough power, but they will be able to roll us down the hill. Even the half-built wheels will still roll us, but the big concern is that we run the risk of killing everything in the process of that. So small steel tubes, let's get all of those built first. Back to, we're not making any of them. That's a bit obnoxious of it. So we'll chuck a few hundred of those on and chuck them up at the start. Because I think that is the only thing for these parts. Because then we can adjust the suspension on... No, actually, I don't think we can. We need to actually have the wheels welded up too before we can make any kinds of adjustment. I'm probably wrong, but... I could be wrong. Like, I often am. Motors. Motors. So, oops. Bump the motors up the queue. Oh, that's already done. Chuck on another 10 motors because it didn't make enough. I mustn't have clicked enough of them. We don't need those right now, so we'll just chuck them off. And it's looking like we are out of material again. So we'll push the piston down a little bit more. Turn it back on. The other thing as well with mining with rotors and pistons and all sorts of business like that, scripts do make it a lot easier. There are automated scripts you can get to do all kinds of crazy things. Like you can even get scripts to run robots for you, like mech warrior type deals going on. Unfortunately, none of that stuff can be done on this server. Because they can make it very unstable, and there's a lot of nefarious code out there as well. Whenever you allow someone the ability to inject code, they will find a way to inject chaos, because some people just want to watch the world burn. And it's tragic because, yeah, if it wasn't for that particular element of people testing the system when they really shouldn't be, yeah, we would be able to have a lot more freedoms, but not everybody is a white hat. What are we missing? Still missing motors there, I think. We got a wheel, large steel tubes. We're going to have to grind these blocks off too that I'm standing on at the moment. Oh, construction components there as well. I'm just going to do this. And I'm going to do that. Nearly ready to go. Awesome. construction components, and large steel tubes. So can we pull them out? Probably not. There'll probably be something that we've missed. Construction components, we don't have them. I really thought that I did grab those. Anyway, get rid of that because it is incorrect. This is not planned out by any step of the imagination. I'm making this up as I go along. It's the same style of build, but this is not a pre-planned build. I always just make it up as I go. So you don't have to know exactly what you want to do. You just look at what you want it to do and you try and make it do that. And you know, if you need more wheels, add more wheels. Or if it's not getting up a hill, then put a rocket on the back of it or something. Like, you can never go wrong if you jam a rocket up its butt. So, unless of course it's your younger brother, and in which case, yeah, you will probably have a lot of very bad things happen to you in the future. But it worked on Toy Story, and it seems to work in this game. Okay, now we've got wheels going on. Something that we're going to have to do is set these middle two wheels so that they don't turn. We're just going to want to turn the front and back wheels so it'll turn in a circle around those middle ones. We'll probably add more rotors on, so what we'll do is we'll have it so that these two wheels turn in one direction, like for left, and these two wheels act as right when we've got 4. But what we'll have to do with the ones on the inside is decrease the turning angle, otherwise it bounces around in all sorts of obscure ways. So we'll stick a we'll just stick a flight seat in. I usually just chuck that up in the number 9 slot because we don't use it very often. So you grab a control seat. It doesn't really matter where we stick it because normally I'll do driving from third person, so that way I can see how I'm going to die, like, to put it quite simply, because that is the most likely inevitable outcome. But we do want to orient it in the correct direction because otherwise the wheels are going to turn the wrong way and we're just going to have a bad time. So yeah, these things can be tricky. I would put a cockpit down, but I'll probably do that later, like an enclosed cockpit. If you place the cockpit well, which we can't really do at the moment without the drill falling off, we might be able to get away with it. But you want to have it piped up, and if you have a look at each one of those pipes is 10 PCU. We don't want to have too much stuff like that. What I've found works a lot better when we can is you chuck a large container down. That's 10 PCU. So if we stick a large container on the top, that will get rid of 4 pipes there, which is going to give us a lot more. It's a more efficient PCU build, so to say. Which like this particular server is about balancing that. Unless, of course, like you're one of the crazy people that has multiple accounts or what have you, which there are a few. Whoops, we don't want to reverse, we just want to turn it on. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that. The way I figure it is they are supporting the game a lot. Then it's like you've got one person buying 2 copies of the game. I've considered it as well, so I could get a third-person point of view and do time-lapse videos of this, of builds and stuff like that. I am just a little bit broke at the moment, so. And plus, I'd rather see how I go with it. see what the result looks like with what I'm doing so far. See if there's value in it. Yeah, like if you do like it, yeah, that's awesome. The main goal is to try to help people out that I see all the time that are struggling in, like, when they first get the game. Like, especially doing a survival scenario on an open server. Like, it's not too dangerous at the moment because I'm the only person on the server. But other people have been on today. And if they found this, they would annihilate it. So that's one of the biggest risks. The safest place typically to start is in a space pod out in the middle of nowhere. But on the other server, there have been people that have spawned 150,000 kilometers out in the middle of nowhere around no one. So yeah, they're not going to come across any other players until they can jump all the way back in. There's asteroids and material out there. It's relatively easy to build. It's probably the easiest way to go about it. You just got to make sure you prioritize finding ice and all the other bits and pieces, but you can fly to the asteroids, get all the stuff you need, put it back in your survival pod and go through the same process. You're in space, you don't have to worry about other players raiding you, unless of course you spawn in the system. It's unlikely you will get raided. It's not impossible, nothing is. Like, if you do spawn out like 150,000 kilometers, there may be someone motivated enough with enough stuff built up to go out and get you, because some people just like the challenge of being able to ruin someone else's builds. So, and I think that it adds a little bit of excitement and apprehension to the game and makes it a little bit more engaging. It's like, oh shit, I've got to get this done. And I need to get it up and moving before someone comes along and ruins it for me. We don't have spiders and wolves enabled in this server. And we just killed our piston and drill again. That's not brilliant. Did I leave the piston on? Probably. Yes, I did. So, yeah. That was silly. But we can move now. So we're going to have to climb down there and get that stuff out. So, not fun. But yeah, we don't need to have this mad convoluted arrangement of pistons and etc. Because yeah, we'll just move the whole rig now. So we'll make sure we can get out first, because we are going to need to dump things. Why is it doing that? Oh, turn that off. Oh, that's good enough. Can we? No, we can't make that work. Of course we can't make that work. That would make things easier. Okay, try this block here. Can we? Yep. Okay. Nope. Okay, that one's coming out. And we're going to chuck that one there. Now we're fine. Whoa, almost fine. Okay, recharge the battery. Now we can get out of the hole. It is going to be a godsend to be able to build a med bay, because we don't have to sit here for this long to recharge with a med bay. Med bay is almost instant. Okay, deposited all the materials, bust out the grinder, try not to die on the way down the hole. And, well, we end up getting stuck down another part of the hole anyway. Okay, drill time. And we're going to dig up if we can. So that way we don't have to do all that stuffing about. And probably what we'll do is we'll just delete those grids. I did need to empty this stuff first. Yeah, there we go. Okay, I think that we're going to be able to get out of there fairly reliably. We're not going to bother reassembling all of this stuff just yet. What we'll do is we'll get away from the hole, move the whole thing, and then do that and squash ourselves in the process. Nice. Whoops. Oh, and got stuck. Brilliant. Oh, accidentally jetpacked it. That was annoying. This is getting really low. We've got no safety margin. Okay, we're gonna have to pick up all of that. F. That is a lot of stone. And now we're gonna get nagged about not having any jetpack fuel. F. What am I doing? Ultimately ended up digging up anyway. It's times like these that you think, oh, maybe I'll just leave it. But I might leave the stone, because we can get more stone, but all of those parts for the drill, they are going to be a pain to try and, well, we can make them again, but if we don't collect the stone, then we can't. The steel tubes use a fair amount of resources, so that, yeah, it's not ideal. So as irritating as this is, I still want to get that stuff out, or the materials out. And we've got another big rock in the hole. And it won't be the last. And we can't get around it. Okay, drill again. There we go. See, it's not impossible to do it without the jetpack. It's just not easy. Okay, we'll pick up all this stuff because we don't need it, because we know we can get out of the hole. If we can find our escape route. There we go. Okay. So, moment of truth time. Now, we should be able to cut this away without it dropping. Although something that is going to be problematic. We are going to need the jetpack to get up there, I suspect. What we'll do is... Actually, what we should do now is unlock a ladder. I don't use interior plate a lot. I probably should get into a habit of using it more. Because it does have less mass. So for inside of ships and stuff like that, it would probably be a smarter thing for me to use the interior plate. But it's just something I never got into the habit of. Slack, I guess. Plus, like, you do run out of space. Doesn't really matter whether I pick the sci-fi one or not. We are not keeping the wall. We're just going to build it up, then grind it down. The other thing about using the interior walls is you've got to use construction components as well as interior plate. Okay, so we've unlocked new blocks. We can grind this down. And we'll find a place to stick a ladder off the side. So that way we can climb up here and we can grind that away without worrying about whether or not we're going to be able to get back up here. So we'll go back. We're not going to be making ladders all the time again. So like I usually in the number 9 thing I put the things I'm not going to be using too often. So we have a ladder unlocked. So the other thing about placing ladders that is a little bit difficult or problematic is you can't climb on the ladder and weld it. It sounds like common sense, but I have actually seen people do that in real life. So yeah, you can do it in real life, even though you probably shouldn't. I've seen a lot of crazy things at some of the places I've worked at over the years. And if there's ever a warning label on something, that warning label's there because of an idiot. That is a fair dinkum thing. In fact, I've got a pretty funny story about a particular electrical hand tool manufacturer. They had in their instructions, I'm not going to name the name of the brand, but yeah, in their instructions, they had for this particular drill, do not insert the drill into your nose to scratch your nose, because somebody actually did that, and that particular tool maker got, the tool appliance, whatever, they got sued and they lost because it wasn't explicitly said in the warning to not do that particular thing. This is the world that we've come to. People just seem to be unable to accept that they might be a bit deficient when it comes to making choices about how they go about doing certain things. Now, in the game, I don't mind if I die, but in real life, it would ruin my day, to say the least. I'd rather not have to deal with hospital food and whatnot, especially after all the budget cuts and whatnot. It is a lot less than it used to be, and I've been to hospital many times. And it's the same every time. Why would you want to go and repeat that same tragic set of circumstances? Especially when, you know, your RTFM, read the freaking manual. You don't necessarily have to make the same dopey life choices as some other Gumby. Now, can we climb the ladder yet? No, we can't. Why can we not climb the ladder? Because it's not quite done. There we go. Now we're cooking with gas. Or welding with it. Alright. Now we will... still probably can't quite reach that. Can we jump and reach it? Nope. Okay, so we'll chuck... See, all the careful planning in the world still doesn't account for certain levels of stupidity and poor planning. Still need to get back up there, so... And that's not going to be attached anyway, so... And it shouldn't cause any grief. Now this will... Yep, it... Oh, hang on, we haven't got it all yet. But it shouldn't go anywhere. Oh, no, we are rolling away. That's not great. We should have put the handbrake on. I didn't think it was going to fall. Whoa. Glitched out a little bit trying to climb the ladder. Okay, now I thought that we were going to have to convert it to a ship. If we go into the info tab, you've got convert to ship, convert to station. It automatically did it for us. I wasn't expecting it. So that's, in hindsight, what I should have done there. But live and learn. So yeah, something here is make sure you climb down the ladder, because you're going to hurt yourself every single time. It's not the end of the world, but it's just one extra problem that you don't necessarily need. Now, what we're also going to do to make sure that we don't annihilate our ladder every time we go down there is we can lift up our suspension. Or we can lower it, like if we want to be able to reach the drilling stuff. So anyway, take it for a little bit of a cruise, go into third person. We are moving very fast. Now you can see those wheels in the middle there, they're kind of causing it a little bit of grief. They're going to make it turn funny. So if we go into the K menu and try to figure out which one's the middle ones, I'm going to take a stab at being that one and that one, and we turn off the steering for those. So let's see what happens when we try and turn. Nope, I've done something wrong. So park it back up. Oh, and something else to notice here as well is that our wind turbines have stopped. What we need to do is be able to lock it to the ground, otherwise those wind turbines will not be charging up our batteries. And there is a very simple solution to that, which run through shortly. Rotor's still going, oddly. Anyway, sorting steering out at the moment. Try to stay focused. Now, was one of them the correct one? Okay, so I've only got one wheel turning at the moment. That is really odd. I did something really strange there, so I'll turn them all back on. Okay. Okay, try turning that steering off. Yep, that was the correct one. And go back into the K, select the middle right one, which is what I thought I got last time. Yeah, now we've got it turning, so it's going to turn the way that we actually intend it to. So let's see how it drives now. Turn off the park brake. Splitsy will say never use P. At the moment, we've got nothing to worry about with that. When you have a lot of things all connected to the same thing, yeah, you should probably focus on setting everything up to switch lock, or you engaging the handbrake and whatnot. But okay, so we have made some significant progress now. Now we are very low to the ground. We can, if we go back into the K menu, select all our wheels. We can change the height offset. So if you go back this way, it lifts it right up. And now we have a lot more ground clearance, which if we were going over rough terrain, not all this sandy stuff, it would be, actually we might add the wheels more towards the back. I think that would be smarter, and just have the drill in the middle of them, like looking at it now. Yeah, anyway, that was completely tangential, and I completely cannot remember what I was banging on about before. In any case, it'll probably come up again, so I've got no one to remind me. So what we need to do now is we'll take out that rotor, and the second piston. Oh, we'll put another piston. No, we'll just put the drill on it, and we'll just plunge down. The other thing that we're going to want to do is chuck on an ore detector. So we'll get off now. Oh, and we want to put a landing gear facing out forward or something, like, so that way we can just drop off on the front or on the back, so we can drop a couple of blocks down into the ground and actually fix our rover to the ground, and that will turn on our wind turbines. But whilst the storm's going, I'm going to take a short break. I will be back in a few minutes. Ah, this is what I was talking about last time, how bad these sandstorms can get. It is, and also, I probably should have made sure that I had enough O2 before I got out of the seat. Now, something to be mindful of when it is very stormy, or like quite a severe sandstorm like this, they can last a while. Snowstorms happen on some planets. Yeah, like it's very easy to get lost, and on this particular planet, you run a good chance of getting struck by lightning. That's why I'm standing under here, and it will annihilate that. But we're still going to try and get some stuff done, because as much as we try not to be completely silly and dangerous, not completely adverse to risk. So we want a landing gear, because right now we could be charging that battery up pretty well, and we are not. So we'll chuck the landing gear on, and it'll make sense in a minute. Okay, that's on build planner. So up the ladder we go. And I jumped off like a tool. A broken tool. Okay. Cannot withdraw 3 motors. That sounds about right. And I just deposited everything rather than make the parts I wanted. So we can get it from up here. Now climbing up and down that ladder is going to be a bit of a drag, but at least we can get up and down. Now that seems like a dopey place to put a landing gear, but it makes perfect sense in this particular situation, because what we're going to do is chuck a couple of blocks down, and of course we need steel plate, and of course we don't have any. So now we have more than we need for something this simple. We don't have to be super accurate with placement, we just have to make sure that we can actually get enough height out of it. Whoops, should have put it there. Messed it up. Okay, try it. Did it again. Good job, Brittany. There we go. There we go. And we'll just chuck that one up there, and that will give us something to lock onto. And that will lock us to the ground. That will mean that the turbines, okay, we are lagging out. And it's looking like that we're going to do this just in time for the storm to finish up, which is a bit silly, but it is what it is. So we turn our park brake off, we roll forward, and hopefully get it. Yep, we've locked on the landing gear. So now the wind turbines gone mental, which is good. That means our battery's charging. What we should probably do is put another battery next to it, because we will need like a lot of power. So add that to build planner. And yeah, we bust out the power cells, and we probably need material for that. Yes, we do. So probably actually take everything off production, get another drill made up, so that way we don't have to worry about whether or not we're going to have enough stuff. So we'll extend the top piston down a little bit if we can. It should be the white piston, so that way we can just reach everything when we're grinding it down. We don't need a convoluted arrangement of ladders and whatnot. But turn off all the build. Yep, there's nothing in the production queue, so we're all good there. Piston lowered, so toggle that on, reverse it, and then bring it down. It will actually lift the rover, or attempt to. We're locked to the ground at the moment, so now that wasn't enough. Should put another ladder on the back here. Actually, what I'm going to do is see if we can jump up there like that. That's not going to be smart to leave there, but it'll save us a little bit of stuffing around. We don't have to run so far to the only ladder we've got to get back up. We should probably have a backup plan. It's usually something smart to do. So anyway, so piston's coming down. We'll just go over there with a grinder now. And just jump like a dork. Now, dump all that stuff in there. Still coming down. Whoops. Are we even going to reach? Eventually. Now, we could speed it up, but it usually doesn't end well. We try to learn from mistakes. Usually don't, but you know, forever the optimist. But okay, now what we can do, reverse the piston, take it up a little bit because we don't want it all the way down. Piston, reverse, take it up to 8 meters. We'll just stop it there. See if we can fit the other one on. We may need to take it higher, but we'll see how we go. Nope, we do need to go higher. So we'll go for 9. Oh, sorry, 7. Maybe 7.5, because yeah, all the blocks, the large grid blocks, the full size ones, they are 2.5 meters. So why am I not able to? We're gonna still have to go higher. I thought that we had stacks of room. Let's go to, I don't know, try 6, see what happens. Still no. That's terrible. Piston on. Okay, now I have no idea why it won't go. Still hitting the ground, I think. Okay, all the way up. We'll give it another shot. We'll go 2.5 meters. That was not what I wanted. I wanted that. Now there's a good chance I'm not going to be able to reach it. But once we place the piston, we can drop it back down so we can weld it up. And then we may have to jump to actually reach it. We'll just see what happens. We'll try 3.5. It's taken forever. There we go. Okay, so we grab our welder. Reverse the piston anyway, so we'll just bump the speed up a little bit. So off. Don't want to smash it into the ground. Okay, we should have the tubes. I don't want to worry about the power cells yet. I did click that. Just didn't register that I did. So anyway, enough frustrations aside, or put the frustrations aside. Okay, now piston up. Turn that on. Oops. Reverse it first, then turn it on. You don't want to always be doing dumb things or backwards things. So we're going to get a 20-meter plunge out of the drill each time. We can go wider, so that way we can, like, for example, go 3 wide, and we are too close to the ground. I predicted that, didn't I? It just frustrating. That's what that is. All right. So we need to climb our butt all the way back up there. And we need to make that another one higher. What a mission. And I can't think of an easy way to do it. Well, actually, I can think of an easy way to do it. Because climbing around is irritating. I'm just going to cut it off there. Actually, probably should have gone higher than that. Now that's still staying there because it's attached to this block. So I'm just working out my height right now. If I come straight across, it will, I want it to be one higher. I should have left that one there. So take out this one, put the elbow in, or put straight one back in here. And then the bent one there. Will come out a couple. So we'll use the parts from these ones here, so we can already weld up 2. So that's a bonus. And we're only going to be plunging 10 meters this time, but we're mobile, so it's not the end of the world. So take out that one. That way we don't have to keep running to and from a conveyor port. Also, we don't need to go out as far as what we have done. We can just hang it off the back there. I think we're going to clear stuff, but I think we'll take it one further just to be on the I'm not completely stupid side of attempting this. Now, I did say somewhere, I'm not the best person at this game. Like, I just get asked a lot of questions that I have answers to. I screw up all the time. And it's overcoming those particular hurdles. Like, I was just about to grind these out of my way because they're in my way, and that would have dropped the piston on the ground and negated everything I just said. So, yeah, I very nearly did that. Or at least that was the thought process I was having. And I managed to stop myself. I should be pretty stoked about that. Okay. Chuck the piston on there. See if we can grind this piston off. We're not going to get the head. That's going to hit the deck, but that's fine. That's not a lot to carry. And it stayed where it is. Oh, there it goes. I wanted those parts too. Oh well. I am going to have to go for a trek. But what we can do now is clear all the stuff off the top that we don't need, all the extraneous parts. See, everything is about constantly changing and adapting and modifying and just getting it to suit whatever it is you're trying to get it to do. And that's, you know, another aspect of the game. It's a constant evolution of equipment. Which, like, quite a while ago, this was more of a realistic process of working in with mechanical stuff. Like, my grandfather, he lived through almost the entire of the 20th century, and like, yeah, he was born in 1906, died in 1996. Oh, sorry, 1912 he was born, 96 he died, or 94 he died. And to think about seeing the entire of the 20th century and some of the stories he told me when I was a little kid growing up, about the way that they would do things. He actually went out to repair a truck, like out in the middle of nowhere, like halfway between Kalgoorlie and Perth, a long time ago. He drove out there and made a mold. Like, the truck that he was going out to fix had a broken conrod, I think it was. Yeah, it snapped through a rod, connecting rod. And what he did was he stuck the two parts together roughly, made a mold of the connecting rod that needed to be repaired out of the sand that was on the side of the road, melted down the cast iron of the connecting rod and recast it into the casting that was on the side of the road to get this truck running again, to actually get it to go. And because that was all he had to work with, was like the tools that he could carry with him. And this was, you know, back when cars were nowhere near as, or they weren't an everyday item. And on top of that, it was like, yeah, it was just an extraordinary concept to me that somebody could actually do something like that back then. But that being said, that was how things were done back then. There wasn't the alternative. Yeah, and like I mean, he was a pretty good mechanic. He used to work on the tanks. Like in Australia, there was a tank depot. Um, that yeah, during the Second World War, he worked on repairing those. So yeah, he was very old school mechanic. So very interesting methods of going about things. Anyway, so we'll extend this piston down, weld that piston head on. So reverse the direction and then turn it off. We'll turn it back on until we get to the height we want. What we could do is put down a control panel so we can actually see what we're doing closer to it, but at the same time we're going to need parts for that we don't necessarily have, so we'll just nope, that's not far enough. Extend on, off, and I've just noticed that we're low on oxygen and power. We can open our helmet again, save that hassle until the next storm comes along. Now, if we run out of power, we won't necessarily die because it's warm. If it wasn't warm, we'd have a problem. We'd be having a bad time. Do I need parts? Yes. Okay, parts. All of them are there. Oh. Okay, I'm dropping the wheels down. I should have thought of that sooner. Height. Oh, we're going to have to undo the park brake. Whoops. And the park brake's stuffed. I didn't mean to go that fast. We just launched into that. Okay, now wind turbines are going again. And we are a lot closer to the ground. And we can reach the damn piston head. Now we're going to have to put it back up so we can put the drill on. So reverse that. Reverse. And on. And now we grab a drill. Steel plate. And we will go 3 drills wide. Whoops, wrong thing. Yep. All of those to build planner. Alright. We are getting somewhere. All disasters aside. Like, even though we have had a few interesting moments and fails and things not quite being where we would prefer they were, we are still moving forward in a direction that we want to go. we are achieving the outcome that we aimed for at the beginning of this video. We've got it mobile, we've got the drill just about set up. And then we're going to go drive around, look for some more. We might turn the power down on those wheels. Still need a little bit more steel plate. We have probably run out of stuff, so that's looking awfully close, so we're going to take that off. Whoops. And also we'll take these off so that way we've got the ground clearance. Like, they may still hit the ground, so if we're going to go driving anywhere, we're going to want to make sure that we pick our wheels up, which we probably will forget. Also, picking the wheels up will make sure that our ladder doesn't get ruined, but we can jump up to the top ladder part if we want to. I'm not the best person at being careful, I suppose. Now, here's something else that we're going to do, right? These drills are going to stay here for quite some time. Now, I will select all of those drills and I'm going to put them in a block group just here. And we'll just call that drills, because we don't need to be imaginative. You got drills. All of them. Okay, now what we can do, we're going to set up a toolbar from the cockpit, so we can just sit in our cockpit here, turn the drills on, run the piston down, and dig some stuff out without having to get out of the seat, because, you know, video games are an armchair sport. Let's turn this game into a complete simulation of a simulation. The Inception, multiple levels or something, I don't know. Gone on a weird tangent here. Anyway, so what we want to do now is go into the G menu here from our cockpit seat, and we select our groups, and we can turn our drills on and off here by selecting the drills group, toggle block on and off. Now, the next thing that we're going to want to do is find our piston wherever we left it. Like, I could be staring at it and I still wouldn't see the damn thing. So let's just type it in. There we go. Piston. Now, what I tend to do, which is not necessarily the best thing to do, is I just stick it on reverse. I want it to go down and then come back up. Easy. Simple way. And the other thing that we probably want to do, if we go into the K menu, we could probably leave, thinking about the disasters that we've already had, let's go conservative with the speed on the piston. We'll drop the speed down from the default, which is 0.5 meters per second. We'll go down to half that speed, so 2.5. Okay. Now, if we press 1, we turn our drills on. We press 2, our piston goes down, and we start owning mining. Yeah. Now, as long as we don't mess anything up and do anything too dopey, like drive off with our drills down, which is bound to happen at some stage. If it's happened in the past, it'll happen again. Or I'd smash the drills off, or lose something, or get struck by lightning, or Clang decides, nah, I'm going to ruin your day. Yeah, we are in a much easier situation. Now what we want to do is stick on the ore detector and we'll drive around, see if we can find some cobalt. Then we can put a large container on here, and we don't have to plunge, or if I have a look now, everything's probably full. So we want to try and make this as simple as possible, as far as I press a couple of buttons, it goes through the process. Then once that's all the way back up, what I might do is add the wheel height, like up and down, to the toolbar as well, so that way I can jack it up and jack it up and down the suspension without having to worry about going into. Actually, let's just set that up now. We'll grab all the wheels, block group wheels, because who needs an imagination when simplicity works best. Then we go into our groups. We've got all our wheels in the group here. For some reason they don't look like wheels. We will have height offset, decrease height offset, and then increase height offset. So now, if it wasn't stormy, we should be able to, using 4 and 5, oh, there we go, got struck by lightning. Oh, I just got annihilated. That was not awesome. Killed my cockpit. I need that. It's a good thing we drilled that stuff out before. We just got blasted. And this is the time where I would have rather have been underground. But what we might consider doing is putting a little bit of a roof over that. Almost working. What have we got production wise? Now, something that I haven't done yet is add these into do things in cooperative mode. I should have done that. Because then I can just get the assembler to, like, it will automatically start building stuff. So let's have a look at that now. If we go to production, we're on the survival kit. We can't add it into that. Okay, never mind. We will consider that at a later date. Now let's chuck the batteries on. Oh, not deposited. I want. Did that tree just get struck by lightning? All the storm went away. Okay, so we'll go back down to the. Actually, no, we'll leave that for now. What we'll do first is put on the ore detector, get everything built up, so that way we can just grind up those blocks off the ground and drive. Actually, we will back it off that, engage the parking brake, because if I grind that down, then I'm going to have to run like hell to get to the ladder. I don't have a jetpack, and if we start picking up speed faster than I can run, I'm going to have to wait until the rover decides to stop. So I don't want to have to do that. That's a problem we don't need. So anyway, let's go. We're not going to do ore detectors all the time, so we'll just stick it in there. Needs steel plate. Whoops. Probably should have done this before the second battery, but yeah. Hang on, we'll check our production first, because turn all that stuff off, and it looks like, have we run out of material? out of stone. Yes, we have. Okay, so we'll jump back in the car. Oh, other thing we need to do, turn down the wheels because they are way too powerful at the moment. And more power, more better, not always. So let's go down to low to start with. Also, the strength here is how strong the suspension is. We're pretty light at the moment. We want to try and keep all the wheels on the ground, so we would rather have softer suspension with high travel. And that way it'll conform to the surface a little bit better, and we'll try and keep all of our wheels on the ground. So we'll back it away from that and turn the park brake on, and then actually we can drill another hole. So let's do that now, and we can make all the stuff for our ore detector. Whilst that's drilling, I probably didn't put on the parts for it. No, of course not. So we'll try again. There we go. This is a much better way of drilling. When you're stuck on the ground, at least anyway. And I find this to be a much more reliable method of obtaining materials when you're on the surface. Even over flying somewhere to go and get stuff, I think that this works a lot better, or at least I've found it works a lot better. Usually if you've got something that flies, it will die. You will crash it more likely than not. As well as, I don't know, maybe it's just me, but I always end up pushing it right to the limit and, I can make it, no I can't. And I'd be just far enough away from my base for it to be an absolute pain to try and recover everything. I've still got that on build planner. We'll go back to G, take the battery off, and I've got 2 ore detectors there. Needs computers and needs probably detector components. So where are we at with production? I am going to have to rearrange this because it's annoying me, always having to select that. Okay. Everything's put to production now, finally. We are messing up a lot. Not clicking things properly. I don't know whether it's my mouse or it's me or it's a combination of the two or the game is just glitching out on me. Okay. Could be the game. Too many variables. Okay, now we want to increase our suspension height. That's gone the wrong way. Okay, it's back to front. Now we probably want to strengthen it a little bit. Because we do seem to be a bit heavy at the back there. Got a lot of junk in the trunk. Okay, we'll go up to there. Now we've got better ground clearance. We don't have to worry about, well, we're probably going to smash that ladder off. That landing gear is probably going to end up getting stuck on something. The drills may hit the ground. Maybe we're just going to have to be careful. We'll see how we go. Do our best. Anyway, park brake off, roll forward a little bit, stop here, drop the drills again. The biggest downside of doing this is this hole I'm creating in the ground is visible from space. If someone notices it, it's very likely to give away my position. I mean, even the hole back there that we first started on, you can probably see that from a long way away because of the way the game renders. So it can be problematic, but now we're mobile, we don't necessarily have to be as concerned. But see how that unknown signal's popped up? That means that someone else is on the server and they're 5,500 Ks away. So let's have a look. Ooh, there are 2 other people on there. And I have no idea which one's which or where they are. I would say that they're probably over near the Earth-like world. That's about the right distance from here. Or maybe Mars. Oops, turn the drills back on and bring the pistons up. Now we'll see if we got enough parts to do our ore detector. Looks like we've done it. Okay, now we'll put the parts on for the extra battery. And we'll jump in the seat. If I can press the right key, turn off our drills, go to the K menu, and we'll grab our ore detector. Now the default is at 75 meters. That's not ideal. Juice it right up. When we want to conserve power, what we will do is turn that down if we need to. But we shouldn't be having power problems. We just have to make sure that we lock our rover down with that landing gear whenever we go to like park up or leave it for any length of time. And also, if we have a look down in the bottom right corner, it says that as we are now, we've got 4 days of power. So we should be right for a while. So now we can roll around and we'll start looking for some cobalt. Now, we'll just pick a direction and go. We don't necessarily have to, well, we don't want to go down there. That will not end well. We've got no gyroscopes on the rover at the moment either, so we want to make sure we don't tip over. And also, because none of that base is welded up, like the bottom there, yeah, we will come apart really fast. So we probably want to bump the speed up a little bit, but we could grab the hydrogen bottle and actually, let's just do that. We'll demonstrate it. Hydrogen bottle. Okay. So, yep, we got our hydrogen bottle now. So our hydrogen's full. We will go and jetpack up, and we're going to see if we can spot any ore deposits from up high, which are slight discolorations in the ground. So it looks a little bit more yellow, I think, or maybe it was grey. Got a signal over. Oh, I've seen that one before. That's where we started. Can't really see anything. Oh, there we go. Oh, it's all white. So if we grab our drill and we drop down here, we can see we've got silicon and cobalt. That's exactly what we want. So we'll head back over to our rover, and we probably should have dropped the GPS marker down, but it's not too far. So yeah, we're gonna be set now. So park off. I can sort of see it. Yeah, this is the way. It's just there, dead ahead next to that cactus looking tree, or the dead tree. So we're going to have to drill down on an angle to be able to get into it. And now you can see we're picking up from a decent distance. Now the distance is from the ore detector. So what we can sit here for a little while and kill the tree. I'm not an arborist. Alright. Thought I hit the park brake. I did, it's just the tree was pushing me around. Okay, drop that down. Blocks. Actually, I should have seen if I can place them from up there, but oh well. That'll be enough. And this time we're not going to drive in at 200 kilometers an hour. So drive forward, lock it off. Bam! Generating power again. Can't go, well, it can go wrong, but try not to think about that. Drop the drills down. The other thing that we're going to do is, oh, we probably should have lowered the suspension, but we'll just get a little bit more. But we're going to have to hand drill this out. Well, we don't have to, but it is just a damn sight easier. Now, what we can do is just drill straight down and then dig our way up and out of the hole. Oops, no, not, I want to left. If you double click, it leaves the drill on. I'm right click drilling at the moment, and I'm just going to drill straight down until I see blue stuff, and then stop with the right click drilling, work out how to dig myself out of the hole, which I'm going to have to go up on an angle like I did when I got out of the hole earlier on today, which is not the worst problem, but like, yeah, this is intentional. Rather than try to aim down on an angle, you go straight down first and then up and out. Seems to make sense to me. And you just keep drilling down, crouching towards the cobalt marker there. There we go. We just clear a little bit of space around here. So we don't only need to pick up stone, like we already got the drills doing that. So now we can drill and collect. And then we're gonna dig up again. Okay, we're full. So, yep, uncrouch and then just dig up in whatever angle, as high as it will let us go. So that way we're still moving forward and up. And it's going to take a little while, but we will get there. Oh, probably should have checked to make sure that my suit was fully charged before I do this, otherwise... yeah. And luckily it was. I got out of the cockpit. But what is not... I have done this in the past, is gone down, the suit wasn't charged enough, and then the lights go out and you just die in darkness down a hole. So, yeah. But there we go. We're out of the hole. All good to go. Now, we don't want to mine a mountain of cobalt to start with. because it does take a while to refine, and it will take priority over all the stone, which we need a lot more of. So we'll just chuck in what we've got for now. Jump back in the seat, pull the pistons back up, check our inventory as well, and we want to stick a larger cargo container. That was the word I was looking for. So anyway, we're just going to stick the cargo container in front of the cockpit here because why not? Look, don't turn the jetpack on. Drop the hydrogen bottle back in here so we're not tempted to use it like an idiot. It is a finite resource at the moment. Until we manage to... Now, that block there's missing because lightning. We got smited by Clang. Anyway, so yeah, what I'll do is those drills shouldn't drop. We're gonna have to make a way up there though, so we'll make a ramp and we'll stick the cargo container just off there and put a T-piece in. I think that's going to be the best way to go about it. So we want to go along here somewhere. Steel plate, of course we do. Should have had some in there anyway. I normally do, but I dumped everything just before. So my bad. We can grind that one out and swap it with that one. And actually we want to get rid of all of this stuff here because we're going to be a little bit top heavy, but meh. We want to try and not use too many conveyor tubes. We want to try and do this efficiently as far as economically PCU economical parts. It's probably the words I'm looking for that sound like a sentence that shouldn't exist, but gets the point across. I'm hoping. Oh, shouldn't have done that. Alright. Getting stuck. I was going to stick it on the front to keep the center of gravity low, but at the same time, we don't have to conform like to common sense all the time. And we're going to end up making this thing quite high ultimately at the end of it anyway, so I want to be able to walk around it without bumping into stuff. I hate having to do laps, even though I quite literally created that scenario. Okay, big container. Is this? Yeah, that's the industrial one. The industrial one I think looks cool. Problem with it is that two of the sides don't have ports on them. So that's why I tend to not use them. The only reason why I don't use them is because of that. Like, I'll end up having to make sure I orient it the right way, and more often than not, I won't. So anyway, now chuck this on here. We need parts and parts. Okay, check our inventory. what are we lacking? Now, see here, cobalt has taken the priority. Okay, now I'm getting irritated with it because I'm pretty sure I did do that time. Okay, so we need these. This here is the main thing that we wanted. The metal grids. That's what we need the cobalt for. Okay, so we're going to prioritize that first. The battery, we already have a battery. So we'll bump that back a little bit. That thing's quick. These are usually pretty quick. They're a little bit slower, but anywho, pick up as much as we can. Oh, the other thing is we want to get this thing finished because even though it's not connected there, it is connected to the drill. So, which we can turn those off. We're not going to move for a little bit. We want to actually, before I forget about it, GPS the cobalt. So new from current position. Pertram cobalt. That way, yeah, we'll always be able to come back here and find it. But yeah, like I said, we don't want to fill up on that because it will just be a night. We're going to have to rearrange it so many times because it'll prioritize the cobalt over whatever else, like stone ore. Well, yeah, and the stone is the main thing that we're using to get iron and nickel out of. Iron is the thing that we make almost everything out of. So it's about priorities. We will need a lot of cobalt later, like when we start making motors and thrusters and all that sort of business. Well, not motors, thrusters, like the atmospheric thrusters, hydrogen thrusters. Actually, just about everything uses metal grids, and a lot of them when later on, but at the moment we can live without it. Now on the front of this container, on one of those ports on the front there, or that port on the front, I'm probably going to stick a large assembler, like the full-sized assembler. And that's going to take a hell of a lot of stuff. Like, we're going to have to dig a lot of holes to make that happen. But yeah, we've achieved the goal of finding cobalt. We've got the ore detector on. We're in a much better spot than what we were. We're now mobile. Yeah, we're making good progress. Like, we're doing it pretty quickly, I think. The last time I did a start was on the other Keen server, and it took me a lot longer to get going. I was on the moon. I'm surprised how easy this is at the moment, but that being said, we need to drive a lot to find ice, and I just messed up there pretty badly. That was pretty tragic. Just going to try and tidy that up. This is why you shouldn't mess with it if it's working. Anyway, I can't get up there anyway where that is, and also that needed to come down anyway, so let's do it a bit better than what it was. So we're still going to we'll do it from there. Yeah, that looks like a better spot. Too close. There we go. Yeah. And we'll make it symmetrical on the other side as well, just because make it a bit easier to work out distances and whatnot. Chuck one there to stand on. I can't select the right thing. Oh, of course. Like, that's another irritating thing, is as soon as I get it oriented the way I want it, it's when I realize I don't have enough plate and I've got to stuff around trying to get it right again. Okay, so anyway, what do I want to do here? I want to have it come up. I want to be able to go to the top of that container. So up there and there. And we still got to go higher. Damn. So work our way down from here. This is not an intelligent design. Okay, stuff it. We're doing it the easy way for now. So that way we can sneak around the side. I got saved by lag that time. Oh no, I didn't. I accidentally turned on the jetpack. Alright, still want to come up higher, but yeah, I think I'm at the near enough stage, because the assembler is going to come through here anyway. So once I put that in, then that'll be even on the top. I'll make that a flat surface. Eventually this is probably going to be a ship, and I'll just redesign it at that stage, I think. So anyway, we want a wind turbine again, and we're going to have to come out wider. So we do need that block up there, because we were unable to place the wind turbine. Okay, we should have everything we need for it, except for one steel plate. But at least it's functioning. Okay, so finish that off. It's not working. What else did I grab? Okay, there was some power cells there. And there was probably a few things for the container. Okay, we're going to move the rover again. We'll just back up a little bit. We don't want to go too far away from that hole, the cobalt hole. So yeah, we'll back up and then chuck the park brake on, and then go forward again and lock the park brake back on. So back up a little bit, park, go forward a little bit, try and keep the hole like as close as we can. Yep. Okay, drill on, plunge it down the initial doom hole we created. Check the inventory. And we probably yep, we're getting backed up by the cobalt. On the plus side, the survival kit will continually make gravel. The survival kit will only process stone. So even though, you know, we've got the cobalt blocking up the basic refinery a little bit there, we will still have some processing. So yeah, run that back up. We can park it back up as well, so that we've got the power going back on. And we are still clearing the hole, and yep, we're all good. Nice. Okay, turn off the drill. And continue welding. Now, once we've got that big container done as well, we can collect something. I think it works out to be 1140 kilos, 1140,000 kilos of stone. So yeah, we're going to be way heavy for this many wheels, but we will have stone for days, which means that we can much more rapidly start building up the rest of the parts of the base. Like, we're going to need a lot of material for our refinery. What we might build first, actually thinking about it, is if we put an assembler in first, that would be a smarter way to go about it. So that way we've got something that can knock out the we'll stick the assembler here. And that way that can start pumping out steel plates. We're going to need something like, I think, 1100 steel plates for the refinery at least. That's just one of the numbers that I can remember off the top of my head. So anyway, if we go, we'll take the number 5 toolbar, press G, and we want the refinery. We can select different types of refineries that way. And we also want the assembler. And I prefer the industrial assembler because of the location of all the ports on the for the expansion slots. You can very easily, without having to think too hard, put 4 speed modules on, which is what I'm going to do with this. Now, if we have a look at, we go back to the G menu, we have a look at the regular, like, full-sized assembler. You've got two on that side, 2 on that side, 1 there, and like 1 on the other side. So they're mirrors of the sides. You can't put as many speed modules on as easily with this, that at least that I'm aware of, because it takes both of those ports to make it work. So yeah, that's why I prefer to use the industrial one, which is part of the DLC for the heavy industry DLC, which I think, like, yeah, it makes it a lot easier just for placing that and the efficiency of it. Like, being able to put 4 speed modules on there makes this thing, like, I think it's 200% efficient, which is good news. We don't need this here. And we can leave that one off as well, because, yeah. Also, the location of the conveyor ports, there's one there and there's one there, and we will tack the refinery onto the front there. So, simple, effective, does the job. Might not look pretty, might not be well balanced, but it'll get us to where we want to go in the long run, which is off of Pertram. Ultimately, we want to get into space. We're space engineers, after all. We're not desert engineers. But yeah, we need 10 metal grids, another hell of a lot of computers and displays. I don't even know if I put them on the build planner. Yeah, I did. Oh, well, I'll be damned. Let's have a look and see. Not paint. Go look at the production. See, yep, we didn't put it on. So we'll sort that out now. Should have sorted it out before. Still didn't sort it out. There we go. We're actually making a bit more progress than we thought, or than I thought we would in this particular stream. I didn't think that we were going to get the assembler up and going. We may even be able to get the refinery going. But what we might do is just fill this container up and then park it up. Like, we'll just fill it full of stone and park it up, and when we come back next time, all that stone will be processed and we'll have a lot more material. We'll be in a much easier spot to lay things out without having to think about whether or not we've got enough steel plates or whatever. We can just build. Also, once the industrial assembler is built, we can build all the components that we need for a specific thing. It is a very handy method of assigning production. So, to demonstrate, right, we'll open up the industrial assembler, go to production. Now we've got access to the large blocks, small blocks, and we can also make better tools. Once we've got the material, we can get higher tiered tools, which are going to be a godsend. The thing is, the higher tiered tools need other stuff like this. The tier 1, like, we could make that now because we have cobalt. Tier 2, we need silver and cobalt, and this one platinum and cobalt. And the other, was it the drill? You need platinum, or only platinum. For the tier 2, it's silver. The tier 1, we can make that now. In fact, we could have, like, if we had had this assembler built, we could have made that as soon as we had the assembler up. But it's not necessarily that practical to do it earlier on. But there is a significant difference between this drill and this drill. Same with the grinder and the welders. And these ones here have similar requirements to the grinders, the welders. So we may also need to find some nickel and get ourselves some better guns, just in case we come across some people that we don't want to talk to. But the rocket launcher is probably the best solution for that. But at the moment, if we were to fire the rocket launcher and we accidentally hit our grid, we're going to ruin it because it is held together by a sticky tape at the moment. But anyway, so yeah, going back into the blueprints thing for production. Now we are going to want to make the large refinery. So we can select the refinery there and it will allocate all of the things that we need. And you can make 10, 100 or 1,000. You can queue up It automatically puts in all the parts you need. You don't have to go through the other rigmarole of placing it down and so on and so forth. But like I said, that's how many steel plates we needed. In fact, if we do this semi-intelligently, we may be able to get this done relatively quickly. So we'll just take the park off, back up a little bit, park on. Actually, we wanted to drill stacks anyways, so now we've got the assembler going at it. It's not going as fast as it can either. That's the other thing that, you know, we can take into account there. We just got to make sure that we leave all the space around it clear so we can place the speed modules on it. Which we need more exotic parts for as well. I think we need silver or something like that. Actually, maybe not. That was for the yield module. The refinery, we're going to want to put a yield module on because we're going to be putting silver, magnesium, like all the more exotic things that you only get from ores. So what we want to do is, like, especially once we get to space, we want to, like, when we go and mine uranium, we want to try and get the most out of each kilogram because it takes a very, very long time to process usable quantities of that. And if you want to make missiles, you need the uranium for them as well as the nuclear reactors, as well as also, I think it is the artillery rounds. They use it as well. I thought that we were drilling up. I pressed the wrong key. But yeah, we've made some great progress. In fact, what we may do is place our refinery. Now, I don't use the industrial refinery because I stick it on an angle. Like, the industrial refinery is almost identical except it's got a set of stairs on it. But otherwise it's more or less the same. Those stairs can be handy so you can I'll make the area trafficable, but it's not going to be super necessary at the moment. Now I just want to make sure that my ports are lined up correctly, and I'll plonk that on there. And then on this side here, if you have a look at the refinery again, you've got the 4 slots there, so we can add all the yield modules onto it there. So yeah, that's where we want that. And the 4 yield modules go across there. And we've got the speed modules all around that thing. And it lines up quite nicely. We'll end up with a little bit of a gap in the middle there, but that's alright. We don't need to walk across there. It is handy to be able to walk up to the assembler there. But we can access that from anywhere on the vehicle. So we should be good as far as that goes. Now the other thing about having the wheels as wide as we did is we don't have to worry about, like, in fact what we could do is chuck another 2 drills on. In fact, we might do that. Whoops, that was the wrong key. We'll take off the park brake, we'll back it up a little bit, so and then park brake back on, turn the drills off, and we'll just add a couple more on. This time we'll grab the steel before we climb down. Oh, we've got some. So we can chuck this back in, because we don't need them at the moment. But yeah, that way we got 5 drills going on the back. And that is as fast as we can pull material out. Okay, build planner and build planner. Yep. Alright, now back up the ladder. Whoops. Highlight the top ladder when you're climbing up. It saves you time and effort. Anyway. I could push the pistons down, but I will probably break something if I tried that. So we'll just jump like a dork. Yep, we're out. I mean, realistically, I could take off that second ladder. In fact, I probably will, because if I can reach the ladder, like if I can get it highlighted like that, I don't want to climb 2 ladders. So before I climb up next, I will probably forget to do it, because I'll be thinking about how I must look like a tool jumping like this to try and weld something up. And we're out of construction components there, so... And we need steel plate there. So anyway, back to the grinder. Now we've got the ground clearance. We don't have to worry about smashing that off and breaking something else. We can just climb up there because magic. So we'll dump all... Oh, I thought we already had everything to production. Anyway. Now we need to add these 2 drills that we just put on to our group that we created earlier. Otherwise, yeah, that will be a disaster. Because only the middle 3 drills are going to turn on to start with. And what that'll end up doing is smashing the other drills. We don't want to do that. Well, not unless you're masochistic. But even then, I'm sure everybody... Well, masochists have safe words, so... There's always a limit. Alright. Now we'll alter the groups. And we'll go full on drilling. So what we can do now is select the drills. We'll see that we've only got 3 that light up. So use control and click the rest and then save, and then we're done. So now, as long as they're all in the same state when you set the drills, so if they're all on or all off, you should be good to go. And now if we have a look at our inventory as we go, we're going to see the large cargo container fill up pretty quick. Now we got 421,875 litres there, and we are fast filling that up. A lot faster. Like, we could not do it this fast by hand. We were picking up 2.7 thousand kilos. Like, that's 1,000 kilos. Now we do need to be mindful of our power usage. Make sure that our batteries don't go flat. Like, we've got one of them is a between 25 and 50%. The other one's between 75 and 100%. So we do need to remember to lock it down and make sure the drills are off and all the rest of that business before we call it a day. But so what I'll do is we'll just roll forward a little bit. Oops, I don't want to go up. Parking brake released. Now we're starting to feel a little bit heavy. Whoops. So we may need to up the power now that we're pulling a little bit of, or a fair bit of weight. And we will also, there's a good chance that the suspension will start sagging. And when it does that, we will want to increase the strength of the suspension. But like I said, we're making some decent progress now. When you get to this part of the game, it feels like you've actually achieved something and you're just not digging a hole by hand. But it also does help that we can breathe the atmosphere that we're out in. For the most part. Those sandstorms are a bit brutal. We have a look. Like once we've filled up the cargo container, we'll just lock off. Like once this gets up full, well, yeah, we'll try and fill it up before we call it a day for this particular stream. We won't bother trying to wait for all the parts that we need to weld up the industrial container. We'll just let it refine all the stuff that we collect up now. And yeah, we can let it refine offline and then we can weld it up once we come back on for the next stream. Whoops. I wanted to go to my wheels and I want to increase the strength, the power of the wheels, as well as I'll bump this up a little bit. I'll go up to about there, 15% or so, because I know we're going to be heavy very soon. Now I can move it a little bit easier and we can drop it down. Although in retrospect, that was a little bit careless of me. We want to try and dig as much out of this as we can. There's no point going over the hole that we've already done. Because, yeah, I'm getting quite tired. It is very, very early in the morning again. But again, it is the best time I've found to do this because it is everybody else's, the server's quiet. Also, the internet at my residence is free. Whoops. And that's the other thing, I'm starting to make silly mistakes, doing things in the wrong order. Tragedy happens when it gets to that stage. The good thing is we're still inside our wheelbase, so I can just drive forward and connect back up to those blocks I placed down earlier, and the wind turbines will go and make sure that we are still generating electricity. So good news. Have a look at our inventory and see how we're going. 188. So we are about a quarter of the way full. And like I said, we want to fill it up most of the way. So that way, yeah, it just refines as much as we can whilst we're not here. Because the online world continues whilst we're not there. So, whilst we're sitting here filling up our cargo container, the next things that we'd be looking at doing, obviously finishing off that refinery. We probably want to relocate that other wind turbine because it's not going to be super effective where it is. At the moment, like if we quieten things down, like all the drills will be off, and everything will be running in like, you know, just in the background sort of thing. We should be fine as far as power goes. I think that the rover at the moment is a good enough size to be able to, like, what we're going to have to ultimately do is scout around and look for the oasis type thing, which is where the ice is going to be. I don't know how long that's going to take, but we can just keep building up the rover until, like, you know, we've got an enormous rover, and also start putting all the rocket stuff that we want on there, like the hydrogen engines and all that sort of business. And we just have it as basically a rocket that's on the ground with wheels on it. That's probably going to be the best way to be able to get ourselves into space. Like, we'll upgrade the wheels to the larger ones, the 5x5 wheels. That will definitely improve our mobility along the ground. The only thing we're really worried about is being stuck on the ground whilst everybody else can be flying at us and take all our stuff. So we may need to look at some defensive capabilities as well, like putting some interior turrets on for taking out suits and whatnot, finding a good source of magnesium, which shouldn't be too hard to find now. We've got an ore detector and we can move around. So yeah, we can make bullets. Also some Gatling guns. The interior turrets work really well against suits, like just characters running around. The Gatling guns have a slightly better range and a lot more effectiveness. A Gatling gun, also a large grid Gatling gun, will cause a lot of damage to light armor blocks and so on. The other thing we probably want to look at doing is considering whether or not we want to use heavy armor on the bottom there. It might be worth doing to swap it out. We will need an enormous amount of cobalt for that. So we might want to actually put on several refineries. Which there is no reason why we can't do it. But you know, it would be good to move around, have a look around the map, see if we can find like a ice location. Like, our power problems are going to be less significant once we can find ice as well, but we want to focus on using the ice for our hydrogen engines for getting to space. We don't really want to rely on using hydrogen generators. We're just going to have a mountain of wind turbines on the top of this thing to power all the stuff that we're going to be running. So yeah, we're going to have a very large surface area ultimately on the top, which is not ideal. It's not very well hidden, but at the same time, we do need to take into account the need for practicality. Anyway, we'll check the inventory again. See where was that? That's a little over a quarter of the way. A third, maybe, not quite. But yeah, so we'll keep drilling for a little bit longer. What else do we need to do thinking about it? At the moment, we don't need to worry about hydrogen storage or any of that stuff, but we do need to be mindful later on of where we are going to put all that stuff. Probably what we'll do is tack the engines on the outside of where the wheels are. We will probably end up making this longer, but I think what might be the smarter way to go about it is to chuck bigger wheels on it first. With where I've placed the wheels, we might be able to get away with them where they are without having to rearrange spacing too much. But we'll just have to see how it goes. Like, I often misjudge that sort of stuff. So I think the process that I'll use for swapping the wheels out is I'll chuck the middle ones in first and then evenly space the next ones out. And then if I'm going to put more wheels on there for whatever reason, if I want it to be longer or we are carrying way too much weight, we'll just space them out evenly and adjust them accordingly. I think that everything has gone quite well. So yeah, I'm going to call it a day here, people. We'll just lock this back up. We'll let this run a last run through. If you have stuck around, like you managed to watch this all the way through, I've got to give you props. Hopefully you do find any of the methods here useful. Like, if this is the first time like you're playing Space Engineers, and like these steps should help get you started. I'm by no means an expert, and yet I still manage to do it. I have played the game a lot, but I don't try to perfect anything in this. I play this for fun. And it can be a lot of fun. It's just, it can be very, very taxing and difficult. And yeah, it is a steep learning curve initially. But with the method that we've got to where we've gotten so far, like, it is a pretty, like, that's a pretty quick pace on this particular server. If you were playing by yourself and you turn up the drill efficiency, speed, and all of that business, you can do it a lot quicker. I intentionally did it like this because I have come across other people on a server with all the same rules run into a lot of problems just trying to get the initial start up. So yeah, and like I said, if it's helped you, like, I've achieved my goal with this. So yeah, if you do have any questions, well, I just nuked that block. We're going to have to chuck that back down. Yeah, if you have any questions, feel free to chuck them in the comments section, because I can guarantee that you won't be the first person to have asked the question, nor will you be the last person to ask the same question. Because everybody has like the same set of rules to play with. So, you know, we're all going to end up having the same problem at one point or another. And not everybody can just figure it out. Like, it is a very challenging game, but that's what makes it a very good game too. So, anyway, yep, that looks fine. Oops. I want to climb the ladder, not jump off it. And take it easy this time going forward. And it doesn't want to lock. Okay, we're going to have to drop the wheel height. Just being slack and not wanting to add the extra block, all the stuffing about. We're trying to get that. Okay, now I don't know why it's not locking. Okay, wheel height down more. We're going to be scraping soon, if we're not already. Okay, now I'm getting irritated because it should have locked. Okay, so these blocks are going away because I'm going to blame the blocks. Chuck one there, chuck one there. Although maybe it's because we're on an angle. But I have got landing gear to lock on some of the most absurd angles before. Usually when I don't want it to. There we go. Sweet. Now we're set. Now what else would be a smart thing to do would be to put the parking brake on if we can. Actually, we might just add that to our G menu because we've already got the wheels in a group. So move that over to number 9. That way, if something does happen, like someone comes in, or like for whatever reason those blocks there snap off, we've got the handbrake on and we're not going to roll off and get annihilated by a mountain or something. Oh, and I just got struck by lightning. Brilliant. I think it's brake on off. So the brake's on. In theory. And the other thing we should do is we'll set up the switch lock for the landing gear. So we'll go landing gear. And all of the things that we have above us right now are getting struck by lightning. All blocks. Landing gear. There. Stick it on number 8 and switch lock. So now if we unlock it, no, we still roll back. Okay. So we've obviously done the wrong thing with setting up the brake. So I haven't set the handbrake on the wheels before, and we just got struck by lightning again. Toggle block on, off. See, it's not allow parking brake. We just want to turn the parking brake on. I don't think we can. We got struck by lightning again. And we've got something on fire. So it's probably our cargo container, which we want to make sure that that stays working. It is not much fun getting struck by lightning in the game or for real. Like, ooh. Why? I want to have a look at the production menu. For the... Okay, inventory. Now, we are probably processing cobalt rather than stone. And I just got annihilated. Yeah, I think we're going to be going for heavy armor. We want to make sure that we're not going to get messed up by that. Anyway, where's all our stone gone? Ah, the stone is in the container that we can't get to because it is stuffed. We're going to have to drill. That was irritating. Is irritating. So, if we have a look at our assembler, we turn all that stuff off. But now we need to focus on motors and computers. So all components put to production. And if we jump in here and we go to production and disassembly, we can disassemble everything but those things there. So if we disassemble steel plate, we've got quite a bit of them at the moment. We've already got 7 motors, so and I got struck by lightning again. Bloody hell. The other way around the lightning is to use decoys, but to actually get decoys is going to be a lot of work, like especially this early on in the game. So anyway, we need to switch this back to assembling, and it's looking like we don't have enough nickel. Still can't get it. We'll turn the drill on, run the drills, pull the ore out of the drill, put it, fuck me, excuse the language, but everything we just did to fix that damn thing just got ruined. Yep. Okay, so we're gonna have to pull the stuff out of the drill by hand. All of those things that we did to make our life easier. Actually, no, they should be going into the small cargo container, in theory. Oh, got stuck. Oh, and I can't go around that way. Definitely need more ladders. Oh, and both wind turbines are dead. Ah. And one of our batteries is dead. That was a very nasty storm. Oops. That was horrifying. Okay, why am I not making stuff now? Because it is all being put to production up here. Okay, inventory assembler. Actually, put them back. That's full. That's not ideal. It is the worst set of circumstances right now. Okay, that could go in there. That could go in there. Now we can have a look at trying to get out. Ah, my God. Okay. Oops. Why did I do that? Okay. Clear the build planner. Okay. That. Get one of the turbines up and going. Alright. Progress. Alright, now the other turbine. Okay, we got everything we need for that. We might make it so we can walk across the top, but we're going to move this thing anyway. Now we got two turbines again. Now we'll fix the container because that was just causing untold grief. Don't need to. No, I do need to do that. Oh, tragic. We're probably out of cobalt. Yep. Okay. So we'll turn the drills off. We'll go down and pick up some cobalt. Well, that was not the wisest way to go down, but we got there without dying. Alright. Now, need to get out. Yeah, there we go. Oh no. Ah, what a mission. I should have gone over the other side. What have we got? Oh, we have steel plates there. I mean, metal grids. So, small steel tubes. Okay. Can we get them from down there? Production. Basic assembler. Small steel tubes. Yes. You need 60 or so of them. And 20 motors. So we'll just manually put the motors on. Not to that one, to this one. And now we've got enough steel tubes, inventory. Alright. So close. Definitely gonna call it quits after this for the time being. Just hopefully I don't get struck by lightning, or the rover won't get struck by lightning when I'm not logged on, because yeah, it's been quite a time with that. It's like, yep, I'm ready to go. Hang on. Make sure that this is functioning. Alright, I think we're in as good a shape as we're gonna get. So, yeah. Wind turbines are running. They're not, this one's definitely not running optimally. Like you can tell there's a speed difference between them, so that one needs to be moved, but hopefully we can turn off the ore detector. That will save a little bit of power, and we'll turn the wheels off as well. Ore detector off, the wheels off. We want to leave the refinery on. Yeah, everything else we want to leave on. So let's have a look at the battery. Fully depleted in 7 hours. That's horrible. What are we going to do? Okay, we'll turn off the assembler. And now I have a look at the battery. Fully recharged in -7 hours. Okay, we're going to have to leave it like that for the time being. So yeah, when we come back, we're obviously going to have to fix our power issues. That will be moving the turbine over on the lower turbine, and adding in a couple of extras so that way we can recharge as fast as possible. And also, I think we're going to have to lightning proof this. I don't want to have to stuff around with having to weld up the container, which is, yeah, that was frustrating. The struggle got very real. Anyway, we will find solutions to these particular problems and more when we come back for the next episode. So I hope to join you then. If, well, obviously you're not watching now, I don't think anybody is. But either way, yeah, I hope you enjoyed, and I shall see you next time.